Okay, hello everybody. I think we're live. I'm going to give it a few seconds for YouTube to catch up and in case there's an ad or anything. But if you're watching the playback, hello, welcome. How's it going? Let me throw up my little banner so that everyone can let me know what you're doing today. What are you reading? What are you getting done? It's a Thursday, so probably a lot of us are working or trying to be productive. That's what I'm doing. I'm working today. I made myself a to do list at the beginning of the week, and I've been pretty darn good at checking everything off so far this week. So, hoping to keep that productivity going and finish the week out strong. I've also been reading quite a lot, so that's exciting. Um, but yeah, let me know what you're doing today. If you're reading, let me know what you're reading and how it's going. Also, happy Tarot Readathon officially on my channel. If you're here for tarot, let me know what team you're on and how the readathon has been going for you. If you're not participating in the readathon, that is okay. You can still hang out and be productive. But if you are, I'd love to see what kind of team representation we have going on in the chat. All right, let's see. All right, hello. Welcome. Ready for coffee and meds to kick in so I can be awake to read. Well, hopefully they've kicked in for you because that sounds great. Hello, here and ready. Love to hear it. Hello. Ooh, first set of sprints for the readathon. That's exciting. I know there have been sprints every day so far. And then starting today, like through the weekend, I think there's two of us hosting sprints every day. So at least in the US time zone during the day. And then in the evening, we got sprints happening a whole bunch. So that's super exciting. Hopefully, it can be nice and motivating. Well, motivating for you. Going to be starting Kissed by the Gods by Katie Rogan. Very nice. Hello, hello. Morning. Currently reading an arc called Penmates. That's exciting. I have not touched my NetGalley in a very long time. I have some books sitting on there that I have definitely read, just haven't written reviews for. And then I definitely have some that are overdue that I have not even read yet. The book I am reading, though, is not an arc, I don't think. I think it's already out, but a publisher did send it to me. It's called They Call Her Regret by Chanel Desamore. I think the S is silent at the end. And I can talk about it a little bit more later, but really enjoying it. Hello, Travis. Welcome. How are you doing today? What are you up to? Oh, a holiday today. That's convenient. Are you relaxing the whole day or are you getting productive stuff done like around the house or what are you doing? How are you spending your holiday? Hello, Go Team Wands. Back to this. I think maybe it's a holiday in Brazil. I think one of my coworkers has a holiday today. Well, let me know where you're at that has a holiday. But I wanted to touch on the fact that it seems like to me in the US, we don't do a lot of midweek holidays. We have a lot of Fridays and Mondays. But a lot of my European counterparts and coworkers that I have from other places in the world, they have so many just like random holidays in the middle of a week, like on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. And I think that's so interesting because that would be nice. That like totally breaks up your week. Although, let me know if you have a holiday today, but not tomorrow. Do you or a lot of people around you end up also taking the Friday off? Or maybe your work schedule is different. It's not Monday through Friday, but I'd love to hear how that affects your work week to have a holiday in the middle of the week. Hello, Go Team Wands. Love to hear it. I am also on Team Wands. Good morning. Reading The Ask and the Answer by Patrick Ness. Very cool. Hello, hello. Also Team Wands. And I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Team Swords. Okay, okay. Team Pentacles and Team Cups. Okay, we've got representation here from at least one person from every team. So that's great. Let me know how the readathon has been going for you guys. Currently reading Verity Guild. Nice. Go Team Swords. Thankfully, just focus on reading today. That sounds Lovely. Swapping between Pride and Prejudice and Bunny. Wow, what a different couple of books there. That's definitely different vibes, but probably a good idea to have them be different genres and vibes if you're rotating between. But they're both, I mean, Bunny is not very long. I can't remember if Pride and Prejudice is long or not, but let me know how you're enjoying both of those. Ooh, finally submitted your first book today. Super exciting. Thanks to a public holiday here today. Have time to read all day. Love that. Let me know, what are you reading next? Hello. Good morning. How are you from Rhode Island? Nice. Reading First Lie Wins. Have 45 pages left, but working from home, so trying to do that in between. Yes, I feel that. Well, 45 pages left is not that much. Maybe we can get you to finish that book on sprints today in between work tasks. Do you do audiobooks? That's the only way I can get reading in during the workday, but like anytime I'm not actively in a work meeting or doing something that really requires heavy thinking, I pretty much have an audiobook going. Team Cups, timing is perfect. Love that. Going to get cozy and continue the staircase in the woods. Love that. Cozy it up. Hello, Team Cups here. We've got a lot of cups here. I think that's the biggest team, so that makes sense. Making progress in your reread of Fable for the End of the World by Ava Reed. Ooh, a reread. That's exciting. Have Akatar, River Enchanted, and God's Grave you're working on in the moment. In between 3 books. Don't know what to pick up first today. Interesting. This always seems to be a topic of conversation that comes up on my sprints, but are you a I mean, not you specifically. You are obviously reading multiple books at a time, but everyone else, are you a read one book at a time kind of person or a multiple books at a time kind of person? I typically am a one book at a time kind of person. The only exception is if I have a book that does not have an audiobook, then I might have an audiobook also going on the side. But like if I have a physical copy and it has an audiobook, I'm just working on this one book. If I have time to read with my eyes, I will do that. If I have time for the audio, I will do the same book on audio and go back and forth. But I strongly prefer to read only one book at a time. Team Wands, yay, reading The Devils, nice. Hello, first time on sprints with me. Well, welcome. Reading The Rule Breaker by Piper Rain and Dragonfly in Amber by Diana Gabaldon. Nice. I don't know that first book, but Dragonfly in Amber, that must be, is that an Outlander book? I think it is. That sounds familiar. And those are chunky, so makes sense to have another one to work in between reading and working through that book. Now need to decide what to read next. Either finish How to Cheat Your Own Death, which have to return this weekend, or Green Rider for Gab's book club, and the live show is on Saturday. Gotcha. Yeah, just a couple days left to get that knocked out. Ugh, annoyed because I went down to my apartment's pool hoping to read and lounge, and apparently it's only open on the weekends until June 15th. Or not open. Oh, I see. Only open on the weekends, not weekdays until June 15th. Ugh, bummer. Wasn't in any of the emails they've sent. Yeah, it feels like if the weather is good enough, can't they just let you sit down there? That is a huge bummer. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can find somewhere else nice to read. Currently reading, Subcutanean. Need to work on it today because I cannot read it at night. It's freaking me out. Yeah, I get that. I really enjoyed that book. So I hope you're liking it. And that is quite a good readathon book because it's so short and so just entertaining and like bingeable. But I do understand the not reading it at night thing. Chill, reading God of Pain by Rena Kent. Waiting for the next leg to figure out what to read next. Team Swords. Nice. Currently reading Green Rider, also nice. In Germany, there's a holiday in some federal states. Unfortunately, not where I live. That is unfortunate. So sorry. Nice to see some wands in here. I agree. Team Swords, alternating between getting some work done and reading Daughter of No World by Carissa Broadbent. Love it. In Brazil. Okay. Coincidence. Religious holiday here, even though we're a lake state and I'm a teacher, so we get Friday off too. Oh, that's convenient. Planning to read and organize your bedroom because it's a mess. Well, that sounds super productive. And one of the prompts for, what are they called? The non-reading prompts is to like organize a space. So If you haven't completed that one already and you get it done today, definitely make sure to submit it for that hero's journey. That's what they're called. Submit that for the hero's journey prompt to organize a space. Hello from Team Swords. Love it. All the teams are represented. Perfect. I know. Slow Thursday in the office. Love that. So going to be continuing Fool's Errand by Robin Hobb and starting Goddess of the River. Wow, you are just multitasking like a pro. Hello, reading The Fiancé Farce today. Love that. Made a shit ton of scones yesterday. Today I'm tired, want to just veg and read. That sounds like you've earned it. So I support. Currently reading Arcana Academy. Very on theme. Nice. That's perfect. Go Team Wands, about to start book 2, which is The Martian. Love that. One of my favorites. Hope you enjoy. Usually read audiobooks when I'm in the office and when I work from home, but since I have 45 pages left, I said maybe I'll do that and get back to my audiobook. Nice. Perfect timing for sprints. Cloudy and rainy here. Nice. It was supposed to be rainy here where I'm at today, but it's turned out to be a nice sunny day. So that's nice. It's been rainy kind of all week. So it's nice to see some sunshine. Have an audiobook that I'm listening to right now as well. So might go between those both. The audiobook that I'm listening to is The Couple at the Table by Sophie Hannah. Very nice. Team Wands just finished Too Old for This. Now moving on to Kings of the Wild. Love that. So many people starting new books. So that's so exciting. Team Wands reading Fury Bound from Canada. Definitely read more than one book at a time, usually 3 to 4. Interesting. How long am I sprinting for today? I'm planning probably between 4 and 5 hours. Not exactly sure. I don't have a hard stop time necessarily, but Alexis does have sprints after me. So I definitely won't be going beyond when her sprints start, but probably for about 4 or 5 hours, depending on, how the sprint timers work out. Always read multiple books at the same time. Interesting. Typically multiple books. Brain needs many different things to focus on. So interesting. Hello, hoping to get some reading in today, but having dinner first. Perfect. Get some dinner, then cozy in for some reading. I know. I love seeing all the different countries people are from. Amazing that reading brings us all together. Totally agree. That's also why I personally, selfishly like to do sprints earlier in the day too, because we catch a few different time zones than some of the evening sprints do. Evening here in the US, Europe all goes to bed, so we miss out on them. But I love to chat with my European friends. I know, like farther east Asia, it's definitely later, so it's much harder to overlap with them. But I agree. Love to see all the different countries and places people are from. Used to do multiple books at a time. This year, trying to do mostly one at a time. And with how much I have been reading this year, thanks audiobooks, I have been managing doing one at a time. Love that. Always fun to experiment and to change up your habits a little bit and see how it goes. Multiple books at a time, listen to audiobooks on my drive to work and on drive home, and then pick up paperbacks when I'm home. That makes total sense. Fully support. How are you liking Green Rider? Yeah, there's a few people reading that. So how are people liking it? Usually do one audio, one physical, and one ebook. That also makes a lot of sense to me. Big dilemma on prompt, as in what book to pick. Ooh, that's a tough choice. You can let us know some options, or maybe in your team chat in Discord, drop the options, and I'm sure your team would like to help. Usually have one audiobook and one non-audio. Makes sense. Try not to do multiple books at the same time. Sometimes I can't help it and start extra when I need a vibe change. That's valid. That is valid. I'm more likely, if I don't feel like reading the book that I'm currently reading and I need a different vibe, I'm much more likely to just like watch YouTube or do a podcast or something. And that gives me something else to focus on rather than a whole nother book. But that's me. Not really into it. Ooh, that's a bummer. Many multiple books of all moods and genres. Cool. Team Wands, love that. One of the federal states in Germany that has the public holiday. That's convenient. Unfortunately, that was the last one, not on a weekend until Christmas now. Oh, okay. Everything else falls on a weekend. That is interesting. Very curious. Used to be a one book kind of girly, but started adding a Kindle Brain off book to stop from scrolling before bed. We'll love that. That sounds perfect. Feel bad, completely forgot about the readathon. I didn't sign up. That's okay. I'm pretty sure you can still join. And I'm pretty sure you can, like, if you've been reading anything, you can log it at any time. We're only on the 4th day of the month. So we've got a lot of time left for the readathon. So if you still want to join or, start reading, pick your prompts, pick your cards to pick your prompts, you totally can. Hello, 30 minutes left of work. That's exciting. You're almost done reading the Odyssey. Nice. Meant that I'm reading Never Over. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Okay, talking about the book still. Love that you're sprinting for a long period of time. Yes, I love me some daytime sprints to just help pass the time. Okay. Usually have one of each format, audio, ebook, physical, so you can have a book wherever you go. Makes sense. I think it's so funny. Some people don't care at all telling us how long they're sprinting for, and some are like absolutely not, never telling. That's funny. Some people are like vibe people in every sense. Like, I'm a TBR person. I like having things planned. I am a to-do list person. I like having like exactly what I need to get done. And I'm also a schedule person. So I like to have the schedule for myself of like approximately how long things will go. So I am happy to share, but I know that some people are like, they have a plan and then all of a sudden they're not feeling it. So they want to be able to cut the sprints whenever. And I think that is fair too. Just like those same people will be planning to read something and then all of a sudden catch a whim to read something totally different. And I'm like, couldn't be me. If I have a TBR, I love to stick to that TBR. Also, I know some hosts aren't in America. I just forget which ones. Yeah, Gavin saying he was going to do some sprints for the Europeans. Yeah, he did sprints, I think just yesterday, a lot earlier because that worked for him and a lot of the Europeans and more Eastern locations. So yeah, that's awesome to get some hosts as well to be from different places and be able to host sprints at different times. But also sprint playbacks. Like if you end up not being able to catch sprints live, I love to throw on a sprint playback after the fact and just treat it like it's live sprints. Obviously, you can't like live comment, live chat, but you can still use the sprints as motivation and entertainment and body doubling, all of that. Yeah, definitely sign up. Tarot gives lots of flexibility. Totally. Hello, listening to a fun, nostalgic, off the rails read from NetGalley, Try Not to Die, at Meadowspire Mall. 14 Wands. Love that. I was in a reading slump a couple weeks ago, listened to some true crime podcasts, got me back into my mystery and crime audiobooks and paperback. So that helps me get back on track. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, listen to a true crime podcast. That got you back into the mystery crime vibe. That makes sense. Yeah, I love a podcast. So Jordan is the goal, but my brain is ADHD. We need all kinds. Like, we can't all be the exact same type of person in real life or online, or else it'd be so boring. So, we complement each other, and that is great. What am I reading? Okay, I'm reading this book. It's called They Call Her Regret by Chanel Desamore. And I read a book by this author before called Needy Little Things. I think it was just last year, and I really loved it. I gave it 5 stars. And the publisher sent me this, her newest book, and it's a young adult horror book. And I'm reading it for, it's the 10 of Wands card that I pulled. And I think the prompt is like a book that feels heavy. And that can be interpreted like literally heavy, like a thick, chunky book, or like heavy subject matter. And this one I'm using for that interpretation because it's about this girl who's a teenage girl, and she always throws a Halloween party. And then at her current Halloween party, her best friend dies. And then she's given this like opportunity from a witch to like undo the death, but it comes at the cost of another person. So like there's a lot of heavy stuff in here. So I'm definitely considering it for that prompt, and I'm really liking it. I just really, really like this author's style of writing, and it's just enough like magic to like be supernatural, but I don't personally read a lot of books with a lot of like magical speculative stuff in it, so it's not too much to turn me away. So I'm really liking it so far. I'm only, I think, like 25% of the way through, but that is what I'm currently reading. Do that all the time because I get weird productivity bursts at night. So I'll put on an old sprint. Yeah, totally perfect. I am a whenever person, but just curious because I wanted to not be at the end of your sprint because I want to do to sprint all day. Yeah, and like I said, after me, Alexis will also be sprinting, so that's exciting. Well, cool. Thanks. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Normally I don't yap all that much. I'm a lot more of a like, let's stick to the timer and get things done. But there's a lot of people here for these sprints, so more comments than normal. Sprints help me get reading done because the FOMO hits. I know the body doubling, it really works wonders. If you see someone else like being productive or reading or whatever, it's extremely motivating. Exactly. Ooh, using my tarot cards as bookmarks too. Yeah, I saw Uncommon Kim do that in her video when she made her TBR. She put her card in the book that she was reading to fit it, and I was like, why did I not think of that? That's so helpful, not only to use as a bookmark, that's helpful, but also to remember what card it's for and what prompt it's for. And also because as I pull the cards, I'm not putting them back in the deck to draw later. So, like, I don't want them back in the deck anyway. So, that is a nice place to put them. So, it's the perfect solution. Yes, body doubling. Agree. Alrighty, I'm going to get my timer ready because I do not have it pulled up yet. Normally I do 45-minute sprints. So that is what I will stick with. Just give me a second. All right, we're going to change it to the wands team color, of course. Hello, Christy. How are you? Welcome. Currently reading Project Hail Mary, The Princess Kills Monsters, Yesteryear, Everything is Tuberculosis, and The Faraway Inn. That is a huge variety of books. So that's wild. But I love that for you. I mean, if that's what works for you and you need all the different options at all times, that makes total sense. That's fine. If that works for you, then great. I do not use that. So I have no experience with it. Usually I just use Pomofocus, which is like a Pomodoro timer, and it's very simple and very easy. Oh, so funny. You went to go add it to your TBR and already had it on there. So you must really want to read that. That's awesome. Okay, let me add my screen. Now, how do I want this? Like this. Okay, we are going to go ahead and sprint for 45 minutes. So if you haven't already told me what you are, come on, getting done today, drop it in the chat and then we will check in 45 minutes, see how it went. All right, happy sprinting. Okay, welcome back. I'm so sorry. That was a very obnoxious sound. Um, let me change that while I'm thinking about it. I don't know how or why that got changed to that. Usually I do the more subtle sound. Okay. How did it go? Let me know what you got done on your first sprint. It was a productive sprint for me. I did get a bunch of work stuff done. So that's great. I even worked ahead a little bit into some things I had written down for tomorrow. So feeling great. I'm so sorry. No, I don't know how it changed in my website. It changed to the kitchen timer. Oh, it's because I'm not signed in. So that must be the default, but that was bad. So sorry. Um, anyway, it was a nice and productive sprint for me, so that's great. And I started my to-do list for next week for work, which is one of my favorite things to do on Thursday and Friday for work is to plan the next week because there are some things that it's like this works better on a Monday or Tuesday. So, yeah, nice and productive. Next sprint, I will probably eat lunch, which will be great. And then I did also listen to a little bit more in my book. I'm 34% of the way through now. Still working on They Call Her a Regret and really liking it. This author I gave 5 stars previously, so it could be a 5 star, and that would be my first 5 star of the readathon. So that is exciting. Let's see how everyone else was doing. Okay, you were between books trying to pick a book to fit a prompt. So that's great to hear that your team helped you decide on what to read. Hello, Noelle. What are you up to today? Excited to have some productivity sprints to get me through my morning. Love that. Let me know what you're up to and if you were indeed productive for that first sprint. Hello, hopping on late but grabbing lunch. Then we'll dive into Would I Lie to You by Nicole Blades. Awesome. Glad you could join. 60% into House of Bane and Blood. There you go. Hello. Going to finish some things you've been putting off the sprint and hopefully finish your book as well. That's great. I hope you were able to do that. It's always so nice to get those things done that you've been pushing off, especially when they take less time than you were thinking they would. That happens to me a lot where I'll put off a task that feels daunting and then I do it and it took like 10 minutes and I'm like, okay, well, should have done that a month ago. But better late than never. Hello, reading The Road of Bones, holiday here in the Caribbean. Love that as well. And it's rainy, so perfect for reading. Sometimes you want a holiday that's like nice weather so you can go out and do stuff, but sometimes it's the vibe to have just a rainy day where you have no obligations. So you just get to be lazy and cozy up with a book. Love that for you. Dropped in late because of work, 1 more hour to go. Okay, there you go. You're almost to the end of your day. Meanwhile, reading a book from the DNF series to pass time in between customers. Very nice. Hello, just joining while at work, reading Remarkably Bright Creatures so you can watch the adaptation. Love that. I have not read that book, despite thinking I will love it and having been told I will love it. But my in-person book club chose it for July so that we can do the same thing, so that we can read the book and then watch the movie together. So I'm very excited for that. So that'll be on my July TBR for sure. Hello. Okay, Kim, I was talking about you earlier because I was talking about your TBR video inspiring me to put the tarot card inside the book that I'm choosing to fit the prompts. And somebody else was like, hey, I'm using my tarot cards as a bookmark too. And I was like, I was influenced. So thanks for that idea. Didn't read in that sprint, just updated my spreadsheets, but ready to start Kings of the Wild in the next sprint. Okay, there you go. Spreadsheet management. also important. Hello, Katie. What are you up to today? Let me know. 53% of your arc and now blow drying your hair. Love that. So productive. Listen to 5 chapters of Fury Bound while drawing. That's awesome. What a great activity to do while drawing. 55% into Green Rider. There you go. Back to the timer sounds. I did the cow mooing once and it was a horrible mistake. That sounds terrifying. I just like the most calm sound possible. I also like the ones that are like chimes, because that's nice and not not a jump scare. I'm so sorry. Read 43 pages and cross-stitched while listening to the audiobook. Another perfect activity for multitasking with audiobooks. Love that. Joined with 10 minutes left in the sprint, but read 13 pages of All Systems Read. Nice job. Got a couple of chapters read. Finished your first book for the month. That's exciting. Hello, welcome. Listened to Malibu Rising on audio while eating dinner. Ooh, zucchini, tomato, feta bake. Nice. Love that. Listening to an audiobook while cooking. You guys, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Didn't read, but updated my reading journal and pulled another 3-card spread. So fun. I am mostly motivated to read through my current TBR as much as possible so that I can pull more cards and do more 3-card spreads and get more prompts, because that was very fun. Did some schoolwork and folded laundry. There you go. So productive. We'll work on lunch and finally get to read. Perfect. Got some things done in the first sprint and now get to relax. Just read 27% in my book. At first, I was going to try to complete the whole 78 card prompts with all short stories. Wait. Oh my gosh. But I think I can finish this book today. It's a cute little Disney book. Okay, you were going to read 78 short stories in order to fit all 78 prompts. That is wild. Wow. Bought king crab after a derm appointment and my mom is cooking it after tomorrow. Ooh, that sounds delish. Love that for you. Got some work done. Excited to read for the next sprint. Yes, I love the alternating. Like do something productive one sprint, get some reading done the next sprint, or like get some house stuff done and then read. Or in my case, I was productive with work stuff the first sprint, and then I'm going to spend the second one being like a lunch break, lunch sprint. The perfect way to do it. Didn't get a lot of reading done as there was a thunderstorm coming. Got your cat inside. That's good before it gets worse. And then your 7-year-old niece wanted to show a menu she's written. She's in first grade. Oh, I love that. My daughter is in kindergarten, so she is fully in that learning to read and write phase. And she also will do hilarious little like writing of random things. I'm looking around to see if I have examples. Like I have this little I love you note that I keep taped to my computer. And then I have this thing in my office that my husband got me. It's a positive potato, a little crochet thing. It says, "I may be a tiny potato, but I believe in you. Go do your thing." And my daughter was inspired by my positive potato to create a bad luck duck. I don't have her actual bad luck duck, but I do have the note because I think that's hilarious. So that's a little glimpse into the random things that my daughter will write for me. So I love that. A little menu is adorable though. I read 56 pages in Of Realms and Fate. Awesome. 27 pages. Awesome. Katie, hope you're having a day as gorgeous as you are. I totally agree. Yay, glad it was productive. Read 5 chapters of Bunny. That's awesome. Going to read Consider Me by Becca Mack. Nice. Picked up How to Cheat on Your Own Death as there were 7 people waiting, so no chance to extend the loan. Okay, that's a good way to prioritize your TBR. Great plan. Ended up listening to your audiobook, got about an hour of it completed, 71% into The Couple at the Table, and it's really good. Nice. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Watching the Phillies game, but also just about to start The Body Keeps the Score. I've heard great things about that book. Okay, it's sort of a controversial book, but I love learning about trauma. So I'm excited but cautious. Okay, I haven't heard as much of the controversy, and I haven't read the book myself, but I have heard that it's really informative. So hopefully you, I don't know if enjoy it is the right word, but you said love learning about trauma. So hope you get some good information out of it. Hello, hello, reading Firekeeper's Daughter. They're currently at 32%. Just had lunch. Ooh, a homemade KFC bowl. That sounds so good. I do love me a KFC famous bowl. And a homemade version sounds really good. Yes, if I could have a day, as Gorgeous says, you are, then we'd be making miracles and curing cancers. So true. Travis has such good vibes. Just found your channel this morning. So happy to have another crochet and book YouTuber to watch. Yes, those are like the most comforting little niches of YouTube. So happy to be a part of them. Oh, just big day job energy, circling back and following up and hopping on quick calls. Oh, the email machine. Love it. I feel you. Hoping to finally start Dungeon Crawler Carl later today. My partner last night literally took it off my shelf, handed it to me, and was like, I think it's time. Wow, the peer pressure. That's amazing. Hopefully, fingers crossed for you that you can quell the day job fires, get those under control, and get some reading in. That'd be great. Finished my book and started a new one. I wish someone can submit my books. Have 6 to do. Oh man. Yeah, if you get a little behind, it is a little daunting to catch up on the submissions, but you can do it. You were in trouble for a minute. Sorry, no, just inspired. 10,000% forget what card it is for otherwise. Yeah, same. I did write it down, but it's much easier to just have it in the book. So convenient. Finished my 3rd book of the Readathon. Now on to making a big dent into Dragonfly and Amber. Yeah, that one will take a little bit more time. So that's awesome. Look. Some of these short stories are like 30 to 100 pages, so it's doable. I mean, that is such a fun challenge. I am so not in the habit of reading short stories, but if you've got like a bunch of them on deck and you can get them to fit prompts, I love that for you. I support it. That's just so fun to think about fulfilling all 78 prompts. Have a positive potato on your desk too. Love that. Yes, so cute. And I know, bad luck duck. I don't know how she came up with that. Part of me thinks like, is that a book or something that she's heard of? I don't know, but I was like, which vibe are we feeling on any given day? Is it a positive potato day or is it a bad luck duck day? One time, my kindergarten teacher called my mom to tell her I was using my middle finger to trace the words while reading. And my mom was like, I don't care. She's 5 and she's reading books. Honestly, that is the energy. Yeah, why would that matter? Who cares? I totally agree. Whatever my kids want to read and write, I'm encouraging. Yeah, my niece is just in the learning to read and write as well. She fortunately loves both at the moment. We'll see how long it holds. Yes, we printed my daughter a log to keep track of all the books that she reads this summer, and I'm very excited to see how far she gets. Am I going to be crocheting today? I don't know. It depends how. If I get all my work stuff done, then I could maybe do a little bit of crocheting. But I can show some projects that I'm in the middle of if you're curious. I do, whoops, hopefully that wasn't too loud. I do a lot of hexagon cardigans. So this is the start of one. I love using the Karen Big Cakes yarn. And this is one of my favorite colorways of it. So I am making a hexagon cardigan out of that. And then I'm making a very exciting cardigan for a friend who placed a custom order where half of the cardigan is like rainbow vibes and half of it is like black and white vibes. And I got started on the rainbow portion. Are you obsessed or what? Because I'm obsessed. So I have a few more rows to add to this one. I got to get into all the purples, but love how that one is coming along. So those are my two works in progress. So we'll see if I can get some crocheting in. I also have like immediate plans to start doing crochet sprints and lives on my crochet channel. But I just need to find time to do that because it feels like an evening thing to me because like I'm doing in sprints today. I work during the day, but I just haven't had the time to dedicate to scheduling crochet specific sprints, but I want to because I also love watching people crochet on camera. Okay, this is it the author of the Body Keeps the Score. He was fired from the trauma center he opened because of some mistreatment of employees, and some people are trying to completely cancel his research because of his actions. But I've heard so many people who love his research. That is unfortunate to hear, but makes sense. Bummer. Ooh, seen a positive potato for the first time a few days ago on Etsy. So cute. I know. Also, the affirmative avocados, such a cute idea. I know. It's like those like affirming ones. And then I also like seeing like some people make like crochet dumpster fires. And those are also funny. I will follow up someday if I ever get an actual bad luck duck to put that sign on from my daughter if she arts and crafts it up. Just finished The Divorce by Frida McFadden. Doesn't meet a prompt, just had to read. Well, that's okay. You know, sometimes you got to follow the mood, follow the vibes. Now to decide what's next. Choices, choices. Yes. I know, isn't it so pretty? I also think it's so pretty. And now I have like I have a skein in like 16 color or 18 colors for that cardigan. And for most of them, like this obviously does not take up a full skein of this color. So I have plans to make as many of these as I have yarn for, like maybe not all at the same time, but I want to use the yarn for these. And then I probably will just like, I'll probably make 2 of this kind and then I'll probably reverse the colors because the ones that go on the bigger rows obviously use more yarn. But then if I flip it, then they'll just use tiny amounts of yarn for the inside. So that's my plan. And I'm very excited to see how it comes out. Thank you. You know, I do the easiest stitches though. Like the granny stitch is my friend because it's so easy to just fly through compared to some people who do like much more intricate stitches or smaller hooks and yarn and stuff, or like people who make plushies. I know it's a lot more like you got to be a little more careful with your stitches. I'm loosey goosey with it. Ooh, a turtly awesome turtle on your desk. That is so cute. A crocheted F-bomb. That's hilarious. Also love that. You know, crochet is just so versatile, isn't it? Maybe there will be a prompt card later to put it to. Yeah, this one, The Divorce by Frida McFadden. Yeah, maybe. Or a significator card or something. Okay, the baby blanket I'm knitting at the moment for your future niece uses a keg similar to the one you showed, but in a yellow orange color palette. I don't know what a keg means. Must like a pattern or something. Did crochet a Fox Mini Lovey, but you prefer knitting. That makes sense. Love that. My crochet designs are mostly wearable tops and cardigans. I have not made any tops that aren't cardigans or sweaters, but I love making cardigans personally. My sister got me a crochet big deal pickle for your graduation. That's amazing. Alrighty, let's get back into the productivity. I'm going to double check one more time that the sound got changed to what I want it to be. Okay, perfect. Because we do not need that egg timer to be jump scaring us again. Okay, so I'm gonna get us started with another sprint. Once again, if you haven't already told me what you're working on today, feel free to drop it in the chat and we can keep each other accountable. And we'll check in another 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay. I think that noise was a little better, right? Not quite so startling. How did that sprint go for everybody? I ate lunch first. That was good. And then I went down to my basement to look for some birthday party supplies because my son is having a birthday party this weekend. And then I came back in here and I listened to my audiobook and did a little bit of crocheting for my last 15 minutes of my lunch sprint. So it was a nice little break from work. And I have a few hours to go. But let me know how you did with whatever you were doing. Let's see, where was I? Where was I? Here we go. Hello, getting some afternoon reading in for Team Cups. Awesome. Finishing up Cersei audiobook while you work. Lovely. Hopefully that's going well for you. I still have books carried over from May, so still trying to finish Days of Blood and Starlight by Laini Taylor before getting to my readathon books. That's fair enough. We're only a few days into the new month, so carryover books are valid. Hello, just on these sprints and so happy to be able to join. I am glad you're here. Welcome. Let me know what you're up to today. Hello, there we go. Team Wands, let's go. Hey, Vanessa, how are you? Currently reading The Isle in the Silver Sea. Very nice. How is that going? Hello, hello. Reading Tansy's Tinctures. Cool. Hope you're enjoying it. Thank you. Thank you. I figured I could do a little bit of crochet while I was kind of on a lunch break. I say kind of because I don't like log time specifically, but I figured I could do 15 minutes of crochet rather than get started on something that I would have to stop 15 minutes in. Currently reading the Throne of Glass tandem read. Nice. Finish my sections and will continue reading the Fiance farce. Very nice. That also makes sense. We were having the conversation about reading multiple books at a time. And if you're doing like a buddy read or some sort of like planned read of a book where you have different sections, then it makes total sense to have another book on standby. Hello, Bo. Finally got out of my work meeting. Need to pick a new card to choose your next book. Yay, that's so exciting. Let us know what you get and what you pick. Picking cards is the funnest part, man. I'm working on a vlog and I'm also using the cards to determine what order I read the books in that I already picked for my TBR. So I just think it's so fun. 62% into Green Rider. A bit bored at this point, but I only have 3 hours left of the audiobook, so I might as well stick it out. Yeah, that's a bummer that you're not enjoying it so much, but hopefully you can knock it out and then move on to something you're enjoying more. 40% into Verity Guild, 43% of Kings of the Wild. You're cruising, guys. You're cruising. Finished my book, which was a YA Choose Your Own Adventure slasher. Ooh, that's so fun. Now going to Theo of Golden. I have recently heard of that book. Someone in my in-person book club wanted to choose that for a later book later in the year. So I'll be very curious to hear what you think about that one because I have not really seen that book around until my in-person friend mentioned it. Read about 25 pages of Red Rising, starting to like it more and more. That's great. That is definitely a super, super popular book. A lot of people's favorites. So glad you're starting to like it more. Got 22% into A Daughter of a No World. Really enjoying it, but I'm switching back to working for the next sprint. Like I said, balance. I like it. Hello, first sprint of Tarot Readathon. Okay. And my spinner wheel has decided I'm making progress in a non-readathon book instead. That is the whole risk of chance-based TPR planners, isn't it? That's all right. Hopefully you enjoy it, and then you can get into your readathon reads. And maybe, I mean, depending how long it takes you, maybe it'll work for another prompt you pick or the next significator card or something. Never know. Read another 30% of your book. Nice. That's amazing. Read Project Hail Mary and The Faraway Inn. One of my black cats decided to be my reading buddy. I'm his bed now. Now you're stuck. Just got to keep reading till they move. Worked during that sprint, but need to pick up my nephew from his last day of school now. Exciting. Hopefully, I can join again later, but if not, happy sprinting. Well, thanks so much for popping on. And yeah, enjoy picking up your nephew. That's very exciting. At 67% of the Staircase in the Woods, not reading super fast, but it keeps my interest. Well, that's good. I mean, as long as you're still interested, hopefully you can knock out the rest relatively quickly. First fell down a bit of an Instagram hole, but managed to get some reading and knitting done afterwards. That's great. Still have about half of the book to go through, though. That's all right. Again, balance. I mean, you got yourself out of the Instagram hole within the sprint. That's pretty good. Hello, just joined. Welcome. Going to read some of Green Rider on the next sprint. Also trying to watch more videos from all the amazing hosts. So I'll be watching some of your videos next sprint as well. Aw, that is very sweet. I know one of the most fun but hard to keep up with parts of readathons is all of the host content. Because there's so much of it and it's so fun to watch. But also you're like, I need to be reading. I can't waste my time with videos. But it helps, all the balance. It helps to take a little break from reading whenever you need to. And yeah, there has been some really great TBRs coming out, and soon we will be getting some reading vlogs for sure. Yeah, thank you. Hope the birthday party will be great. Yeah, he's turning 5, so he's very energetic and it'll be a good time. My first audiobook is good. I'm 80% in and hoping to finish so that you can finish the 45 pages left of First Sly Wins. Good plan, good plan. I'm hoping that you can finish both today. I have faith. 49% into The Mercy Step by Maria Hutchinson. It's the last of the Women's Prize shortlist books I have to read, and then I'm prompt mood reading the rest of the month, Team Cups. That's fun that you're reading all the shortlist for the Women's Prize. What has been your favorite so far? Let us know. Or if this one is shaping up to be a favorite. That's very cool. Didn't read but made dinner and ate. That's productive. Like I said, mine was a lunch sprint. You gotta feed yourself. Also considered productive. Yes, love picking cards and then having to find book options that fit. So much fun. Also challenging trying to match it with something that fits. Tarot, the amazing readathon, and your TBR game. Yeah, girl, no, I couldn't. One thing at a time. I love the idea of a TBR game like on my channel, but I always find myself doing other readathons and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to have to think about doubling up on everything. And you are tripling up. That is a lot. Doing the Brandon Reed 2, trying to finish by Sunday for the challenge. Oh, tandem read. Got it. Had dinner, continued packing your suitcases, got 100 pages into your book during the last 2 sprints. That is a good chunk. Very nice. Had dinner and watched some Supernatural while having dinner. Now back to reading. Finished reading a book for practicum and almost done with a short assignment. Okay, glad you're focused, being productive for sure. Hopefully you can get all of your assignments done and have a little bit of time to relax afterwards. But great job working hard. Got cleaning and laundry done while listening to a few chapters in Tower of Dawn in the tandem read, ready to sit and crochet myself. That sounds so nice. I'm very jealous of everybody who's like all cozied up for the evening, ready to just relax. I have a few hours before. That is my reality, but that's okay. We will stay productive and stay motivated. I'm having good luck reading my audiobook while working. This week, I've had relatively few work meetings, and like I don't have any this afternoon, obviously, but yeah, I've had relatively few meetings this week, and then I've also had some pretty easy tasks work-wise that allow me to listen to some audiobooks. So I'm actually on my 4th book for the readathon so far, but I will say 2 of them were short books. I mean, not like super short, but like 4-hour audiobooks. So when I put them on double speed, that's like 2 hours of listening time each. So that was great. And then one of the books that I picked up, I did DNF at 51%, which is not great from a personal reading perspective. I obviously don't like DNFing books. That's not the goal. But from a readathon perspective, I was okay with it. So yeah, I'm onto this fourth book, and we'll see what happens after this. But hoping to read quite a few books for my first little vloggy vlog to go up soon. So yeah, reading has been going well for me. I wish I wasn't working till 6:30 after I ate my lunch. Feel like I needed a nap, dragging now, but got to keep going strong. I know that afternoon energy slump is so tough. I don't know if you drink coffee or anything, but maybe you need a little caffeine as a little pick me up to keep you going. And that is my goal, to finish the audiobook, then finish the physical book. And I already have another physical book halfway through as well. Yeah, that's motivating to want to finish those other two books for sure. Hey Deja, been sleeping because my sleep schedule is whack. Oh, but wanted to pop in and say hi. About to take your kitten to the vet. Well, I hope that that goes well. Thanks for popping in. My cat was gracious enough to let me get up, use that opportunity to give the cats their dinner. You know, it probably do. They were probably like, if I get up, I bet I get some food. That's awesome. All righty. Let's go ahead and get back into the sprinting. I think I should have time for 2 more sprints. So this will not quite be the last one, but the second to last sprint. So, as always, if you haven't already told me what you're doing or what you're reading, go ahead and pop it in the chat because I'd love to help you stay accountable. And then we'll check in after the sprint. Happy sprinting. There we go. Did I fix it? No. Oh, can you hear me now? Okay, now I'm making. Now my mic is making noise. My bad. I have like an actual mic, and if you tap the top of it, it mutes the mic. So my bad. Thank you so much for telling me. I was saying that it was a productive sprint for me for most of it, getting some work stuff done. I only have a bit of time left work-wise, and I'm pretty much done with everything that I like need to get done for work today. So that's great. And then I was kind of on my phone for like the last 7-ish minutes of that sprint. Was I silent or was I silenced? That is the question. And then I was listening to my audiobook for a bit as well and got to 51%. So that's exciting. 4 hours and 40 minutes left at single speed or one-time speed. So I can definitely finish it quicker than that. So that's good. Things are rolling around here. I am definitely starting to feel the afternoon slump coming on. So I may need one more coffee to get me through the day. But we'll see. How's everyone else doing? Let me know what you got done. Yeah, okay, let me see. Yes. Lauren was also thinking about doing a coffee. We may need to do a group afternoon coffee for those of us that's middle of the afternoon. Hello, first time joining. How exciting. Welcome to sprints. They're a very fun time. I often have tech issues, so that's a fun part of it. Decided to finally tackle book 2 in the Poppy War series and struggling a bit with it, but it's been on my shelf for years, so it has to happen. I have heard great things, but I have never read that series and probably never will. So I can offer no advice. But if it's book 2 out of 3, that's a trilogy, right? I think that's often like a tough book to get through because it's a lot of just the like setup for book 3. So I feel you there, but hopefully you can get through it in a somewhat timely manner. I think those are pretty big books too, right? Finish your first book. So exciting. Rat Queens Volume 1 graphic novel. A book is a book is a book. So I love that for you. Very exciting. Hello, joined late. No worries. Currently reading The Two Towers. Awesome. How's it going for you? Reading The Hero of Ages and The Tainted Cup. Go Team Wands. That's right. Go Team Wands. Got to chapter 6, page 41 of Kissed by the Gods. Love it. Didn't read that sprint, but had dinner and got into some comfy PJs. That sounds excellent. Love that for you. Okay, then all the messages about being muted. Thank you so much. 71% into Green Rider. Very nice. How's it going for you? Okay, cool. Then all the messages about it being fixed. Yay. Go Team Wands. Yes. 45% into Verity Guild and ate lunch. Nice. You have been making some good progress on that book in these sprints. Turned in your assignment, yay, and got to page 87 of Our Infinite Fates. Love that. So glad you get to move on to reading now. 10% left of Green Rider. Okay, lots of you are getting very close to the end of that one. 54 pages and worked on an illustration you had started a while ago. That's awesome. Wish I could draw in any capacity. Very jealous. Got to 59% of How to Cheat Your Own Death and did more knitting. You are just having the best time. Love that for you. Got to 34% of your book. Yay. Started and almost finished a cute little Disney YA book. Oh, fun. It's 315 pages and honestly a 5-star. I love that. Am I currently reading to distract myself from stress? 100. You know, that's fine. That's fine. I am a big fan of compartmentalizing. Sometimes like that stress is future you problem, that's all right. You go ahead and you enjoy your 5-star book. I think that is valid. And that stress will be waiting for you when you're ready to tackle it. 89% into your audiobook. Okay, you're getting so close. Getting there, and I'm excited. It's not a bad audiobook. A couple at the table. I enjoy it. So glad to hear you're enjoying it. I'm also really enjoying my audiobook. And that is always such a fun feeling. I love the feeling of like being excited to get back into your book, especially an audiobook. First sprint I could join this readathon, been so busy. Hey, that's all right. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Reading Anne of Green Gables. Nice. And just realized I have read more than 100 pages today and I'm at 48% in my book. So now I will probably finish it tomorrow. That is amazing. I love when you realize that you've read more than you think. I also love that when you're listening to an audiobook, at least I do this. I listen to an audiobook and then I find where I'm at in the physical book and it is farther along than I would have thought. It feels so like motivating and like you've been like you've accomplished a lot. Just drank a full 28-ounce Powerade Zero, feel rejuvenated and ready to go sprint. You know, that sounds healthier than coffee or energy drinks or anything. Get those electrolytes and it sounds like you're energized. That's amazing. How many more sprints am I able to do today? That's a good question. I have time. I think I might do one more productive sprint where like I'm productive. And then I think I will have time for one more sprint where I can log off of my work stuff and then maybe do a little just reading and crocheting or audiobooking and crocheting. So yeah, I think I'll do 2 more. The first one will definitely be 45 minutes and then we'll see what time we're at for how long the second sprint will be. So yeah, hope that works for you and some of you are able to stick around. Let me bring back the timer. How's everyone doing who's participating in the readathon with fitting books to your team's significator challenge? Let me know. Let me know if you're like having luck doubling up like books you were already planning to read to that card, or are you just focusing on that card, or are you ignoring that card? Let me know how that little bonus prompt is going for you because I am not having a lot of luck doubling up my books. I'm making very good progress on my actual TBR, but unfortunately, my books just don't fit the prompt we got as a team. So that's a bummer, but hopefully future weeks I'll have a little bit better luck with that. But I'd love to hear how everyone else is doing with fitting that prompt. Okay, yay. Glad you're happy about that. Yes, party all day on sprints. That's right. And then when I get done a little bit after, you can hop to the next host that's doing sprints, Alexis. Team Pentacles. Okay, nice, nice. Trying to get both. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, love that for you. Had already pulled the same prompt. Oh, that is like, that's peak. That's so lucky. I'm very jealous of that. Yeah, that's awesome. So far, all your books fit the prompt. That's also awesome. Swords got the prompt of a book featuring romance, so it hasn't been too hard. Yeah, that's not too bad at all. Should I share what my team's prompt was? Why not? We're on sprints. This is where secrets are spilled. Us for the wands, our team or our challenge card is read a book featuring a mission, quest, or strong objective. Which, like missions and quests, I don't know. I mean, that definitely screams fantasy to me, and I'm not a fantasy reader. Of course, there are other books, non-fantasy, that feature like missions. I was even thinking like I could read a space book, like on a space mission. Or a strong objective. I mean, that's a pretty I don't know, that's up for interpretation for sure. And I know some people on our team have been asking each other like what they think would count or if certain books would count for that. I just really haven't had anything super clear to me that sticks out as like this is like a character who's really seeking out one specific thing. So yeah, this one, like I said, not working great for me, but I do think I'm making up for it by making my way through some books pretty quickly. No luck doubling up so far, but randomly read another book that fit just the team card. Nice. That's awesome. I'm able to double up on 2 books this week, luckily. Love that. Question on doubling up. We can double up with the weekly card Noelle gives us and the card we personally pull. Yes. So the card that Noelle pulls is the only one we can double up on, meaning like you can't read one book to fit 2 of your personal prompts, but you can have one of your personal prompts, one book fit that and the one that Noelle pulls. It's also the only card that you can read multiple books for. Like normally for your personal pulls, you read one book to fit it and then you move on. But this weekly challenge, you can read and submit as many books as you want within the week. So yeah, it makes sense to double up if you can. I mean, if it happens to work out. I was able to double up on one that's also bonus points. Ooh, racking up those points. Lucky. Luckily, Team Cup's significator fit well with Green Rider. That does work out nicely for Gavin's team. Love that. My current read will get both, but my first read of the month didn't. Chose my book because it fits both my poll and the weekly, so used it as an excuse to reread a favorite. I mean, that's a great excuse. Love that. In Gavin's sprints yesterday, so many of us were reading Green Rider, including him, and fortunately counts for Team Cups. Dang, Team Cups seems like they might be emerging as the team to beat so far. Interesting. You can read Murderbot series. Pretty sure those are missions. Yeah, that's a good idea because I have not read any of those. I've heard really good things and I think I would like them. Falling in love is a strong objective. That could be true for sure. I don't think any or many of my books that I happened to pick for my TBR are clear romances. Maybe People Watching. I could look up if that one has somebody like really focused on that, but that is true. I mean, I am in full favor of like really getting this to work for what you read, whatever genre you read. Whatever genre you read. But yeah, I don't want to also lie or like stretch it so far that I'm like, okay, I know that like I have something that would actually fit this. So it would be disingenuous to just stretch it too far for what I'm reading. I had luck with our team challenge and the book I wanted to read first did fit the prompt for Team Wands. Ooh, nice. And I have another one that fits the prompt, and I wonder if solving a murder might count. I would say so. That's a pretty strong objective. That might be like one of the strongest objectives present in a mystery book. Yeah, solving a mystery is a mission. I'm on Team Wands, curious about the verb prompt. If we have a book title which uses a word as a noun, but it can also be a verb, can we count it? I'm guessing that I would say this one is also probably up to personal interpretation. For me, I probably wouldn't count it if it's like actually being used as a noun in the book. But if you're like searching your TBR and you just don't have books with verbs in the title, I don't think anybody would be that upset if you count a word that has a double meaning and could be a verb. So that's my diplomatic answer, but really all of these are like up to your own interpretation and like up to your own ability to fulfill. Definitely, if that's the only way you can make it work and be able to read a book for it, then I know they would rather have you do that than not fulfill the prompt at all. Hello, first time here. I've been reading with you in the last 2 sprints. Welcome. Thanks for commenting. Reading Sword Heart by T. Kingfisher and Happy Place by Emily Henry. Very nice. Sounds like 2 pretty different vibes, but love that for you. Many mystery, horror, or sci-fi books would count. Hope you can find something. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not worried about not getting any of the bonus challenges for the whole month. It's just when I was looking at all the books on my TBR, I was like, I'm reading a lot of like kind of character focused, like slice of life type books. But yeah, we'll see. Actually, I haven't really reflected on it much, but this one I do think has a pretty strong mission involved because I guess I can recap for anyone who wasn't here when I first talked about this book. So this is what I'm currently reading. It's a young adult horror book about this girl who's a teenager and she has this big Halloween party every year. It's kind of her thing. It's around her birthday, and on her 18th um birthday Halloween party, her best friend dies. And she she's at this place that's like this like urban legend type place in their town where there's this ghost called Regret that's rumored to be there, and then this girl actually meets this ghost, and the ghost gives her, or not ghost, witch, the girl meets this witch and she gives her this ultimatum of like, you can save your best friend but you have to do this in exchange in order to save your best friend. And I'm really liking it. But actually, that is a pretty strong objective to fulfill this ultimatum in order to save her best friend's life. So now that I think about it, that I do think fits pretty well to that challenge. Like Empire or Silence. Empire of Silence. Silence is used as a noun, but to silence can also be a verb. Yeah, I completely agree. I see what you mean. Yeah, like I said, I probably wouldn't count it personally if I were being strict on myself and if I had, another option to fulfill the prompt. But if that is your kind of only book you have that you can stretch to fit, I think it's better to stretch it to fit it and complete it rather than leave it unfulfilled. That's what I was wondering as I'm reading a murder mystery right now, and the MC is very adamant to get the murder solved. Yes, for sure. Reading the cards and team prompts, and if the book I'm reading happens to make the team challenge, then bonus. Yeah, pretty much same. I know the Hero of Ages will count, but I don't think I'll be able to finish by the end of the week. Yeah, that's the tough thing too, is it has to be within the week to get that challenge bonus, but never know, maybe it'll fit the next one too. For the weekly challenge, do we get pages and the bonus point or just 1 point? Both. You can submit it, and the form, you'll submit it. Like the first question is whether it's for your Path of Pages or whatever it's called, or the hero's journey, and it'll be for the Path of Pages. And then on the next page, it'll ask you if it also fits the significator or if it's only the significator or whatnot. But yes, you get your pages and the bonus challenge point. This was answered in the Discord recently. Oh, for the verb noun question. Cool. So it counts. Love that. Also avoiding a serial killer. I'd call that a big goal. Yeah, the mission of staying alive is a pretty strong objective. I would agree. I think if you read the book just for the challenge, you only get the point, but if you also read it for your TBR, you'd get the pages. Yes, correct, if that's what you were asking. Yeah, the questions channel definitely does become overwhelming, so that's fair. Discord is pretty good about searching. If you like search some keywords to see if there's been a question that's like what you're looking for. But I completely understand that it's a lot to scroll through. Objectives: figuring out the root of a mystery and or who the antagonist is, resolving a conflict battle. I think the objective could be pretty broad. Totally. Green Rider would fit for Team 1s. Okay, nice. Which is why you wanted to finish it this week, if possible, but just not drawn to it. Okay, in that case, don't. Move on to something else that you are more excited about. At least I think it would fit. I'd say she's definitely on a mission as far as I got so far. Okay. Yes, Noelle is a saint for tracking all these points. No kidding. The tracking of points and everything for these competitive readathons is next level. So yes, all of the props go to Noelle, not only for tracking them, but then also like she's having people like resubmit if they have an issue with the form and like all that stuff, which happens. And she's like, that's no problem. Just leave me a note. But like, processing all of those like secondary form entries and corrections and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely a lot of work on the back end. We'll probably head to bed during the next sprint as I'm a grandma who has to go to bed by 10 p.m. to get up at 6 the next day. I had such a fun evening with you sprinting. Thank you so much for joining. I totally understand. So glad you could be here and thanks for chatting with us. Yeah, all right. On that note, I'll go ahead and pull back up the timer so we can do two more sprints. Like I said, I'll do one more being productive and then hopefully one fun sprint afterwards. So let's do it. See you guys again in 45 more minutes. Okay. Welcome back. How'd we do that time, everybody? Let me know. I was pretty productive again. I'm pretty much done with work stuff. So I think, like I said last time, I'm going to spend the next break doing some dedicated audiobook listening and crocheting. So looking forward to that. And I did listen a bit to my audiobook some more, 62%. So we're making progress. Still feeling a bit tired, but that's mid-afternoon for you. Let me know what you guys are up to and what you're going to do during the last sprint, because I'm going to do one more. Hello, reading the 4th volume of the Emma M. Lyon series. Nice. I'm not familiar, but 4th volume. Sounds like you are pretty into it, so that's good. Hey, Danielle, how are you doing? What are you up to today? Hello. Ooh, had lunch with friends. Now reading the Martha Stewart Beach and Book Club. Nice. How was lunch? Love a lunch with friends. Martha's Vineyard, not Stewart. I did not know it either way. So that's funny. 97% on your audio. Oh, you're so close. If you get time to keep listening in your next sprint, you'll definitely finish. That's exciting. 40 pages and basically add one of your favorite places in the book. Ooh, that is such a great part of rereading, is knowing like, ooh, this is the good part. Enjoy it. Page 52 now, snuggled in bed with kitties. Sounds so cozy. I should really take a stroll outside with, I don't know why this made me think of the warm weather, but I'm like, that sounds so nice. I'm looking outside. It looks so nice outside. I'm like, I just want to be in a nice feeling spot. So I should go walk outside before it turns to evening tonight. And then I can cozy up later. Gave my cats their dinner, made myself some protein cookie dough as a snack. That's exciting. Got to page 133 of Our Infinite Faded. Nice. You have been quite productive this afternoon. So glad you're getting some reading in. This workday needs to end. I know. My brain has thought it's Friday multiple times today, and that's just the worst when you remember it's only Thursday. But something about it feels like a Friday and feels like it should be shorter than it is. So yeah, I feel you. Got to page 282 of 654 of Dragon Republic, and we'll go to bed soon. Pretty happy with your progress. Nice. That's awesome. So glad you got some good progress in your reading. And that's a big book. So glad you got a good chunk of it. Anna, reading Yesteryear right now. Exciting. You will have to text me about what you're thinking about that. And you're watching Love Island. Love that. Chat, who's watching Love Island this season? Love Island USA, I should say. Because I am. And it's just as trashy and wonderful as always. And I've been loving it. So also text me, Anna, about how you're feeling about this season of Love Island. It's still too early for me to have like clear favorites or anything. So I'm observing. I'm observing and absorbing. So close to finishing Green Rider. Nice. That's exciting. Finish it next sprint. Perfect for the final sprint. It'll be your first book finished for the readathon. Love that. 4 days in is not a bad time to be knocking out that first book. So good job. Finished my book, submitted 2 books, and now onto another book. Love that. Speeding along. Little less than 30 pages left, then planning on taking a nap. Nice. You know, a planned nap is great. Like spontaneous naps have their time, but a planned nap that you get to look forward to, that's nice. Almost midnight here. Okay, so we'll be going to bed as I have to get up early in the morning, but thank you for sprints. I'm so glad they were productive for you. Thank you so much for joining and for chatting and everything. Yeah, get some good sleep. And thanks for joining. Okay, Deja was making me want to watch it, but I don't have Peacock anymore. Yeah. It's strange to me that it's just on Peacock and it just like drops on Peacock. Like there's no like TV channel to watch it on if you wanted to. Um, I don't know. I personally love it. I mean, I don't like it's not good TV. It's really not, but I love the community aspect of it and how just like while it's on 5 nights a week, which is crazy, everyone who watches it is obsessed with it and like talks about it online and is so passionate about their favorites and like yes, reality TV is fun sometimes. It pretty much the only TV I watch is reality TV, but usually I watch competition reality TV like Survivor, Big Brother, The Challenge is my favorite. So like I prefer when it's like more about the actual competition than it is about the drama, but something about Love Island drama is it hits something that I really enjoy. And yeah. I guess Love Island is technically a competition reality show, but it's kind of a stretch. Oh, and Love Island UK drops on Hulu today. That's so wild that both seasons go on at the same time. I mean, it makes sense because it's summertime in both places, but still, like the people who watch both at the same time, gosh, double commitment, that's wild. I mean, just one of them is a commitment. But that's interesting. I last year I heard all the buzz about Love Island UK and I was like, okay, maybe I'll watch it at the same time, but I just did not have time to watch both US and UK, so I didn't get to it, but we'll see if I hear similar buzz this year. Maybe I'll be convinced. The main thing in the main character in Yesteryear is pretty unlikable, but I guess that's the point. Yeah, I read that recently. I just put it in my last vlog, and I overall enjoyed it. How much hype and buzz this book is getting kind of detracted in my opinion, and I really tried to not let it do that, but it's just larger than life at this point with like the news about the adaptation and celebrity book clubs and like everybody's reading it and everybody's mind blown by it. Um, so it unfortunately did not live up to that level, but I did enjoy it. And yes, definitely kind of the point to not love the main character, but to be curious about what's going on and how it's going to end up for her. I wish I could decide on what book I'm in the mood for. I keep jumping around, but nothing is grabbing me. That's a bummer. Hopefully you find something good that just grips you. I know, love a good competition reality show as well. Like Traders. Traders is a new the new competition reality show. Love Traders. Looking forward to that next season. Yes, I will be watching Big Brother when it starts. I'm excited for that. I know, so silly, but I've been watching with my friends for years. I've only watched the last 2 seasons of Love Island, US, but I'm in at this point. I'll watch every season that comes out now. Oh, it's a lot. I know. Oh yeah, then that would work too. I from basically everyone I know who's watched both or like at least one season of both, everyone says UK is better. So maybe that's better for you anyway. Those are all what I watch too. I love Survivor, Big Brother, Amazing Race. Still watch MTV Challenge. Me too. I love the challenge. The challenge has always been my number one favorite. Cult classic. It's not quite as popular as Survivor, Big Brother, and Amazing Race, but the challenge is my jam. So I love that. I'm being so brave by watching both. Truly, you are. What so courageous of you. Also love Love is Blind. Nice. I watched I think only one season of Love is Blind and didn't get into it quite as much as those other shows, but I do love also seeing all the commentary on Love is Blind. And if you have not watched The Circle on Netflix, gotta catch up. I have also watched a couple seasons of The Circle. I don't know how many of them there are. I also watched on Netflix, what's it called? The Secret Millionaire. And that's a good one. Season 2 just came out, and I'm like halfway through season 2. So that's a fun one. Yeah, it's been incredibly hyped, even in real life yesteryear. Yeah, exactly. It is like the book that everyone's talking about, and it's really hard. I mean, like how good can a book really be? There's no book that is amazing to everyone. So it's really hard when a book gets that kind of notoriety, like right off the bat, and then everybody's comparing it to like all this hype. I know Traders is the best. Yes, need to watch Traders. Love Traders. No worries. Yeah, Traders was good. Watch that. They're coming out this year with a civilian season of the Traders. So like, you know how Traders has become all about like celebrities and people from other reality shows and just other like well-known people. They're still doing that every year, once a year, but then they're adding a civilian season, and that's very exciting. As someone in the UK, this is the first year I won't be watching. Last year was a struggle to get through. Oh, interesting. I thought I saw people saying they loved last season of UK. But that's fair. I mean, to make the decision to not watch, that frees up a lot of your time. So that's great. Never seen Love Island, but I love shows like Married at First Sight and Love is Blind. Then you probably would be into Love Island. But it's a commitment. It's 5 days a week plus a sixth if you watch it's like a talk show kind of sixth episode every week where there's a host who like does interviews with people. I don't watch that, but 5 days a week is so much to keep up with. And then if you get behind, it's hard to catch up on. And like the whole fun of it is being in the moment because it's happening like live-ish. So I try not to let myself get very behind. Binged watched 2 seasons of Love Island a few years ago, but haven't watched the US one much. Because you watched Australia. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I hear the at least UK is better than the US version, but so far I'm only locked into US. Book I finished today was Love Island meets Jurassic Park. What? What an absolutely wild combination. I have to know what the title of this book is. That is crazy. Never watched Traders, but I hear it's so good. It is so good. And it gets better every season as people like learn the strategy a little bit more and you see people like play out different strategies. That's been fun. And just the people that they get on there are so fun. And it's like I love the Traders because it pulls people from other shows and like other celebrities, and like some of them are from competition shows like Survivor and The Challenge, so they kind of have the game mindset. But then some of them are like they've had people from Dancing with the Stars and people from Love Island and like people who know reality TV but don't have like the game mindset necessarily. And then they have some people that are like former actors and things like that. So they're like it's such a wild mix of people. It's like when would you ever get a Real Housewife like from the Real Housewives franchise interacting with a former bachelor, interacting with a former pro athlete, like interacting with your favorite person from Survivor. It's just so fun to see them all interacting and coming together and being competitive. It is. It's so good. It's so juicy. Watch The Secret Millionaire. Watch Squid Games. Yep. If you have not watched that, definitely watch that. Currently watching The Insider. I have watched Squid Games. Have not watched The Insider though, so I'll have to look that up. Haven't seen any episodes of The Traders unless we can count Kevin's Traders themed reading challenge vlogs. I mean, you can count that. Also great. Used to really love Are You the One? I don't know anyone else who watched that one. I think I only watched the very first season of that one. I definitely know that show. And I have loved watching, they pulled some people from that show onto the challenge, and I like watching those people on the challenge. So I know what you're talking about. Have not watched Love Island, but oh my gosh, that is commitment. Now you're gonna make me go look. So when I'm binging it and my husband asks what I'm doing, I'm blaming you. That's fair. I mean, it's tonight's episode is only the third episode. So like if there's ever a time to try to jump in, it would be now because you only have 2 episodes to catch up on. But don't say I didn't warn you. It is a great multitasking show though. Also, like obviously if you have like a craft or something, most TV shows are good for that. But it's like extra good for that because you do not have to pay attention to every single moment. So you could also be like cleaning while you're watching it, or I've even had like a physical book, and whenever something isn't like actively happening that I want to be watching, if they're just like chatting with each other and like it's not that interesting, I will read my book until I can hear something more interesting happening. Then I'll watch. So that's also what I would recommend is having Love Island be like your multitasking show and not just like plan to sit and stare at it because yeah, it's not always like super interesting stuff happening. Yes, The Secret Millionaire was fun. Enjoyed The Trust more though. I don't know The Trust. What's The Trust? There's so many shows. So many good shows. Loved Are You the One? That's the one I was thinking about and was my favorite, but forgot the title. Yes, that's amazing. Love Shots by Travis M. Riddle was Love Island meets Jurassic Park. Kind of like The Compound if it was turned up to 11. That's an interesting pitch. I can't say I'm not intrigued. Did you say you finished it? What did you think about it? What was your you said it was wild, but like what did you rate it? How'd you like it? I'm so curious. My my son is having a birthday party this weekend. He's turning 5 and he specifically wanted a Jurassic World themed birthday, which is mostly just like a dinosaur birthday, but specifically I made his invite like pulled from the Jurassic World, like looking like the movie poster and stuff like that. So I thought that was cute that he didn't just want a dinosaur birthday, he wanted a Jurassic World birthday. Yes, love Are You the One? Amazing. All right, I am going to do one more sprint. So let me change my banner to say final sprint so that anybody else who pops on knows. Oh, perfect. See, that works. My husband's working until 10 o'clock tonight, and I get off doing overtime at 6:30. So I know what she'll be doing. Won't be finishing her book. Well, at least finish the book that you're like 95% of the way through. Like finish your audiobook for sure. And then you said you have your physical book that you only have 45 pages left. Honestly, I'm telling you, it's a good multitasking show. Like the first episode, it you kind of want to pay attention to because you're meeting them all for the first time. So maybe you won't be able to read during that one. But like honestly, last night's episode, like you could have your book correct during it and you could do a little of both. That's amazing. Looking forward to hearing how you like it. Okay, friends, let's do one more sprint. If you want to let me know kind of your final goal for what you want to get done during this last sprint, go ahead and drop it in the chat, and then we'll check in one more time at the end and wrap it up. But all right, one more time. Happy sprinting. All right, you guys. How'd you do during that final sprint? What'd you get done? I'd love to hear, for anyone who's been here for multiple sprints, what all have you gotten done? Love to hear your kind of end productivity report or reading report or relaxing report or whatever. Let me know. I did indeed get to spend that sprint relaxing a little bit. I worked on my rainbow cardigan sleeve. It's coming together nicely. I think I only have one more color left after this purple. I have one more darker purple. So that's exciting. And then instead of listening to my audiobook that time, I watched some YouTube. So a little bit different, but it's what I needed in the moment, you know? All right, let's see. Okay, we were talking about reality TV, and The Trust is really good too. I don't know that. I've never heard of that. So I need to look that up ASAP. Sucked into that and binge watched with my husband. If it's bingeable, then I want it. And yes, take my word for it. You'll be sucked in. Catch up on the last 2 episodes, and then you'll be able to keep up going forward. I'm going to watch Backrooms tomorrow, and my book just referenced it. That is crazy. Very cool, though. And then which book? The Staircase in the Woods. The reference is minor, but I think Backrooms enjoyed having a higher chance of liking the book. Backrooms enjoyers have higher chance of liking the book. That's cool. I want to see Backrooms as well. I don't have any plans to at the moment, but it does look interesting. Also mentions Exit 8 game that was turned into a movie. Cool. I don't know that one. Like it, gave it a mid rating. Cool. Also excited to see Backrooms. 121 pages into Yesteryear. Nice. That's good progress. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I think you were saying you weren't you weren't getting that sucked into anything you were reading. So hopefully you're liking Yesteryear. Read 37 pages. Awesome. That's a great sprint. Hey, Samantha. Thank you so much. I know I'm so happy with how it's coming out. Ooh, writing at the library. That sounds so cozy and fun. I hope you're getting lots of great writing done, or any writing done. I mean, any writing is great writing, but hope it's going well for you. Finished one, read a full one, started another. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Happy days, and now off to sleep. Have a great night of sleep. Thanks so much for joining, and amazing work. Just got in here on the 10-minute mark, making progress on Be the Villager prompt, where I'm watching my 4 or 5 videos for my personal goal of watching 5 videos of a host. That's awesome. I do love that prompt personally. I've definitely been browsing the Share Your Socials channel in Discord, and it's so fun to be exploring new channels, especially the other hosts and stuff. But there's lots of fun creators in the Discord. Got to page 73 of Kissed by the Gods. Book is good so far. Really enjoying it. Okay, I'm sorry. That was my last sprint. But I think Alexis, who's another co-host of the Tarot Readathon, I think her sprints start in like 30 minutes. So there are more sprints to come later tonight. So definitely jump onto those if you want more sprints for the evening, because that was the last one. Finished the rest of my work. It was a lot. Read 22%, 108 pages in your book. Relax your brain for a bit in preparation for Alexis' sprints. Excited to be able to read for the rest of the night. Wow. Sounds like you had a great day of productivity and a little bit of reading. And I hope you have a great evening of reading more. Made it to page 52 of the Fake Divination Offense. Nice. Got through Agnes Sharp Investigates series, 20% into book 3 today. That is awesome. So close to finishing, Anne. Thanks for hosting sprints. Thank you so much for joining. Glad that you made some progress into the book. Finish your audiobook, jumped right into your other book. Okay, amazing. 37 pages left of your other book for Sly Wins. Nice. You are so close to finishing that one. I hope you get through that nice and quick here after we end, because that's awesome that you finished 2 books basically during sprints. Read over 60 pages in the 2 sprints you participated in. Yay. Finished the task you had been putting off for a week. Yes. That's amazing. I hope that it was less time consuming than you were hoping, but that's so awesome. Getting through Agnes Sharp Investigate series, 40% into book 3 today, updating Storygraph and Goodreads. Yep, definitely dropped off after March. Need to get organized. I totally feel that. So glad you are getting some updating work done. Loved these sprints. Excellent vibes overall. Thanks so much. Oh, well, thank you for joining. And you finished Green Rider. That's amazing. Thank you so much for joining and chatting with me. It's so helpful to help stay motivated and on task when you see everybody else just crushing it. Only read a little bit, but hoping to finish my book tonight. Thanks so much for sprints. Don't apologize. Come whenever you want. These are all come and go as you please. And also, they live on YouTube, so you can always watch them back, which is also cool. And got 36% into this. Is this a cry for help? Amazing. Thank you guys again so much for joining. Check out the sprints tab for more sprints happening for the readathon throughout basically the whole weekend. I think we've got a bunch of them. I will definitely be hosting more throughout the month. So look for that. Thanks again for being here. Thanks for chatting so much. I will see you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.